Evening all. Hopefully you'll be able to hear me much better than usual. I figured out what was wrong with my microphone. Despite it being set to 100, like literally everywhere, on the mic, in the software, Windows for some reason had it set to 8%. So thanks for that, Windows. So yeah, I should be much louder than usual, and hopefully actually understandable for once. Sorry. Yeah, this should be a normal volume now. Turn the little doodah thing down. Testing, testing, testing. Yeah, it's still going into the red a little bit. Hang on. Hello, 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 hello. There we go. It's not redlining anymore. Is that better? Great stuff. Yeah, I've got both doors open to the office at the moment because it is so hot here in the UK. It's been like 25, 26 degrees C today, which is too hot. Way too hot. Happy imminent birthday, David. Yeah, I've been trying to get some recording done today. Because we do have a video that needs putting out. I'm about 60-70% of the way through the video now, but today's been a bit of a nightmare trying to record it because I need the doors closed because we've got neighbours and they've got kids, so you've basically got just kids screaming all day. But I can't close the doors because it's so hot, so yeah, I've had to busy myself with other things. But we're getting there. We are getting there. But if I go down here, you can see progress. Some of the test recordings I was trying to do earlier, and all you can hear is like "ah" in the background from the neighbours' kids. So that's no good. But yeah, it's about 9.5 minutes so far, and it'll probably about 20 minutes once it's done, I would have thought. It's yeah, making videos, then editing videos is just such a time-consuming process. I hate it. Someone mentioned the awards. Yes, we were in Brighton for a couple of days this week. We went to the Develop Awards, which was very, very cool. We actually got a personal invite from Epic Games, which is very, very cool. So we were sat on the Epic Games table right at the front. And yeah, that was a huge surprise, but also a huge honour. So that was very cool. Free food and drink on Epic for the night, so that was nice. But yeah, it's our it was the first awards ceremony that we've ever been to, and yeah, I definitely want to go to more. It was a really, really good evening. It was great, just meeting all the industry people, and like the table next to us was like full of Bethesda people, and then the table next to them was full of Larian Studios people, and it's like, wow, I'm surrounded by all these like big names, and here's just little old me. And Claire too, of course. Ah, nice, AJ. I was going to say, yeah, I think we were there Thursday. So we were there Wednesday and Thursday. So that's pretty awesome. We probably like walked past each other or something. No, they didn't. They didn't. But yeah, it was like crazy hot down in Brighton. It was like easily in the 30s. I mean, we were suffering. It was so hot. Thank you, Festus. Yeah, we met some some really interesting people, actually. We got a couple of people who are angel investors who are kind of want to have a chat. So we'll see where that goes, if anywhere. But yeah, it was a productive couple of days for sure. We were just there just to visit. So we weren't nominated for anything. All the nominations were much bigger games than us. But yeah, it was just nice to be there. It was nice to be included. Right then. Yeah, so in absence of the inability to record anything today, I have been fiddling with this a little bit more. So I haven't really done a huge amount since last Sunday. I've moved the stuff we were doing over into the actual proper position, and I've tried kind of getting an idea for the hull shape. I think it's going to cause us a bit of an issue, like around here, so we might need to make a few adjustments. But that aside, I think that's generally the shape we'll go with. And maybe just stretch it out a bit more to the sides, just to give some more clearance here. But my goal for this evening is to try and get this in engine. Well, get it in engine more so than it already is, and have it be traversable, so we can actually walk around it and get a proper feel for the space. Which means getting the staircases done, getting all the door holes cut through properly, making sure everything has collisions, and then finalizing the rooms. Oh yeah, and one thing that occurred to me, so we had the hardware for the engines going into the reactor room and the battery room, but if I turn off that layer there, no, yeah, that one and that one, it occurred to me, actually, we've got a stairwell here that goes all the way down through the ship, which is a dedicated engineering stairwell. And it just so happens that the upper and lower power runs actually intersect with where that stairwell is. Where's the underneath bit? Those ones. Yeah, so you can see that we've got the bottom of the stairwell there and the top of the stairwell there. So with this already being a gantry, it just makes perfect sense to actually have the access point to the engines go up from here, which means we don't need that in the actual hardware rooms, which means the reactor room and such can stay free of access points. We're going to need a gantry or something going around them, but that aside, I think that solves the problem. Looks like this softbox. So we discussed the lore of this in quite a lot of detail on the first stream, but in a nutshell, this is a commercial vessel that was built through industrial espionage. So the company that makes it is a company called Lunara Industries, based on the moon, and they were instrumental in winning a lot of contracts on the Magellan. So they did a lot of the interior work on the Magellan. So they'll have a very similar interior aesthetic. But corporations being as they are, they managed to glean a lot of information about how the FTL works on the Magellan. So they've constructed their own vessel to go out there and do their own exploration activities, but not for the good of humanity, more for the good of the corporation. So they're out there looking for technology they can exploit or new resources that they can use to develop better ships. They are fundamentally a shipbuilding corporation, and will be one of our main shipbuilding corporations in the game. But yeah, so it's going to look kind of like that. And she is currently 111 meters long. Yeah, that's it, 11T11. Actually, Martin, there are side corridors for that. So if I turn off that one. So the shuttle bay is here at the back, and it'll have both upper and lower entrances. And then the corridors for that go around engineering. So engineering is going to be a very self-contained space in the middle of the ship there. So the corridors actually don't involve going into engineering at all. Doesn't need to be there. So the main entrance to engineering will be here off of the stairwell, and you'll have to go through the engineering office to get into the actual physical hardware, and then to traverse the hardware side of engineering, you will have a dedicated stairwell at the back, which only engineering can get to. So it's very much an isolated environment from the rest of the ship. So anyone disembarking a shuttle will use the side corridors and come straight through to the habitation area without having to get into engineering at all, which is nice. So the general idea here is we're going to have like the main stairwell here, and then just a smaller stairwell at the front there. And then we'll have a split deck bridge that you have to drop down some stairs into. But yeah. Yeah, I was actually planning to make it even smaller than this, but with, I guess, it's grown organically depending on what crew positions we need. So right now it's got a crew of where we're at 16, but 18 people, I think. Yeah, because we've got 16 normal crew quarters plus the 2 exec quarters, so 18 crew at the moment. Which is how many people are needed for managing all the systems on the ship, because we're going to have a couple of science people, a couple of engineers, obviously the people on the bridge, and then a couple of ancillary people like the chef, a medical officer. There are lots of little jobs around the ship that are going to need doing, so we do need a reasonably large crew. It's actually quite challenging to make a very, very small ship, because everyone basically has to multi-role. So yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to the challenge of making something even smaller than this. I really want to make like a Millennium Falcon sized ship, something where a 5-man group can do everything. So you've got 5 players and you don't need any NPCs, and it's a nice kind of intimate number to go out there and do something. Where we're kind of getting into big ship realms with this one. But we'll see. We might be able to have some of these crew cabins as just spares and not need that many crew. But we'll see how it grows organically as we build. So, right, so what was I doing? Oh yeah, so we needed to define kind of the exact extents of some of these bits here. So, like with this, it doesn't matter if the ceiling is a little bit angled, but obviously we do need to make sure we have enough clearance for the door, which means it is going to have to be a little bit wider than what it is currently. Something like that would be 25% wider. And I'm guessing a similar figure for this one, so we're looking at about 40% maybe. Obviously we can curve that off, so that's not the end of the world, but we might need to maybe have only one crew quarters at the front and make it in the middle, so that we can draw this edge in a bit more, so that we don't have this bit stuck out the side here. I think we are going to struggle otherwise with space. Yeah, see, Firefly is an interesting one in that actually Firefly is not dissimilar in size to this ship. They're quite on par. But it does seem to be able to get away with a much smaller crew. And I don't know whether that's realistic or not. I suppose you don't need a dedicated chef. You can make your own food. I think a medic on board is perhaps a necessity. An engineer, definitely a necessity. A pilot, some kind of science person. So I'd say a minimum of 5, depending on needs. And then there's obviously, there's other stuff that needs doing. Yeah, not a bad shout, CSI. Yeah, we discussed using bunks instead before, but see, if you were to make each of these quarters, say, 2 bunks in size, then you could perhaps at most reduce the ship in length by about that much. And on the grand scheme of things, you're not really saving a huge amount of space, because all of this infrastructure at the back is still going to be the same size. The bridge and everything's still going to be the same size. So really, by going with bunks, you're only saving a relatively small amount of space. And with this being a commercial vessel and not a military vessel, it's kind of better that people have their own cabins. On the military vessels, we'll definitely make bunk rooms. But we want to keep it with personal cabins where civilians are involved. Yeah, you're right. Firefly is mostly just cargo hold, so that does kind of explain how big it is. Okay, so I think fundamentally we do need to increase the width a bit at the back here. Come on, give me scale. There we So that would be 10% wider. That would be 20. So we go with about 20% wider on the back there. That gives us significantly more room for some of the RCS fuel tanks that we were going to pop in that bit. That bit does still stick out too much, but once we start making the outer hull, we'll see what we can do with that. It might be that it just has a bit of a lump there, but need to build it and see. So one of the issues with pulling that out like that is that we've actually created easily another corridor's worth of space there, which means that this is perhaps way bigger than it needs to be. Right. Okay, let's cut some staircases and things in, and then we can start actually walking around this and get a better feel for it. So we need to measure that out. So all these coloured boxes are actually scaled based on like how much the brackets stick out of the wall and what size the cavities are. So they are actually accurately scaled to fit wall panels and things. So the staircases should adhere to that as well, fairly well. I always try and go 200 centimeters or 2 meters on the stairwells, because it gives you kind of ample room for NPCs to get past one another. Although in this case, I don't think we're going to have that luxury quite so much. Because we need to leave a gap for the wall panel. So if we assume the wall panel starts there, if we assume about 30, if we've got like a curved edge to it, and then we want, let's say, a gap of 10 away from the wall, and then maybe 150, and then a gap of 10. And then we only have, if we do 30 on that side again, that leaves us a walkway of 120, which is a bit of a squeeze. The actual midpoint would be there. Yeah, I don't quite want to make that any wider. We're doing a similar width there. Well, actually that should be an identical width there. So that's going to have to move a little bit too. And that is 140. So I would say at most the stairs need to be maybe 130 to account for a gap. because we also have a railing around that as well, of course. Yeah, it's definitely going to be a little bit of a squeeze. Might have to extend that one more grid square to give us a comfortable stairwell, and the same with the back there as well. Yeah, the issue is more if we've got stairs like that, then there are various kind of gaps and cavities to take into account. So we need to make sure we leave room enough for any design of wall panel. So generally I leave a 30 centimeter gap, so you can fit pretty much any corridor panel into that. And we then need I say a minimum of 10 centimeters around the stairs, so there's actually fresh air around them, and that's on both sides. And then of course you need to make sure that you've got room enough for 2 characters, so that's 70 centimeters there. So that's just about enough for 2 characters to walk next to each other. But then you also need that on this side as well. If we were to just go one more grid square forwards, we'd definitely have more than enough room. So might just end up having to do that. And then on this side, obviously we have our spiral staircase. Oh, and of course the other thing we need to fit in as well is the mess and the kind of loungy bar-y area. Let's just get rid of that door because it's not needed. And that one as well. Yeah, so we've got these kind of unused engineering spaces at the moment. Now one of those could actually not be an engineering space. So we could have maybe some storage at the back there, and then the main 2 rooms at the front. See, this is where we need things like tables and such to sort of measure out the space. Moving that back in to the grid. Yeah, I don't think the mess necessarily needs to hold the whole crew all at once. That would seem to be a little bit redundant. But I'd say certainly most of them. wants this. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 5, 10, 15, 20. So the entire crew would basically take up that amount of space there. There's more than enough room. So that's going to be curved there, so we can have some windows alongside. Then we do kind of need 2 rooms, so yeah. They were a delta, yeah. They cut costs by missing out the legs. I'm just debating actually whether we need 16 crew quarters here or not. I think we may have actually kind of overcrewed the ship a little bit. Because if we get rid of 2 of these, that means we can bring this corridor edge back to here, which then fits the hull contour more precisely, solving this lump. Yeah, hang on, let's write it down again. So what did we have? So we had Captain Exo. I suppose Exo is not necessarily needing to be a separate person, because they could be the engineer or like the medic. So yeah, engineer, medic. I reckon at least 2 science people, tactical person, and helm. And if we maybe have 2 engineers, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I mean, I suppose if we doubled up on most of them, so I'm just thinking we need a tactical officer on the bridge, but it would be useful to have someone that's floating around the ship as well. So with 6 there, that gives us 14. So no, we were planning to not have a shift pattern on the ship. So it's small enough that it would just be 1 main shift, and then everyone kind of bunks down for the night. It's not really a big enough vessel for 24/7 operation. So I think that 14 crew cabins is enough. That definitely solves one problem. Actually, because when we can widen that bit a little bit, remove 2 of those there, that solves that issue as well, because it means we can reclaim a little bit of space for making that stairwell larger. So if we get rid of them and them, then what we can do, these all, yeah, they're components, so we'll be doing the same on this deck as well, so we can get rid of all that. And then we need to extend that by however wide that was, so that's 600. copy the door over as well. Should have mirrored on this side. Right, so that basically solves one problem. Right, and all of that needs to move as well. Then that lot need to move forward by 200. That goes forward by 200. Right, so now we've got room for a workable stairwell. That no longer needs like a mid-level bulkhead. And we're definitely closer to where we need to be on this end. Still not great though, but with this being a wide section, we can actually cut that corner now. And we can get away with that, I reckon. It will be, yeah, underneath. I just need to shift it all over. We're going to have a slightly different arrangement underneath here because we've got the two executive quarters on the top there, but then we need something underneath. And I guess it makes sense to have that be some kind of crew facility. So rather than crew quarters on this side, these would be things like 3D printers and like a laundrette sort of place. Right, so that solves that, but then we also then need to extend this stairwell forward a bit, because we're going to have the same problem with that stairwell as we have with this one, with it being too narrow. So where can we reclaim that space back? I suppose the simplest way would be move everything backwards slightly. Probably the easier way of doing it. It's only 2 meters, but it's actually quite a lot of space on a ship this small. Right, so that allows us to have a bit more breathing room around that stairwell, and it also gives us more room to have the engineering stairwell going up into the engines. And then we need to do that on these decks as well. all of that needs to move, except not them. Right, that solves that there. So lengthwise, we're now looking at 106 meters. So we have actually, despite making 2 bits wider, we have actually reclaimed 5 meters. Yeah. Yeah, these are going to have to move back a bit. Say 350, which means that also needs to move back by 350. Yeah, so despite moving everything back, we haven't really messed with the overall shape of it very much at all. Yeah, these will be angled as well. So what I'm going to do now is try and give us a sort of a graceful curve going down there, and making sure we have enough room to fit in this side room here with all the tanks and things in it. Shouldn't be too difficult. And that will drive the RCS at the back there and the RCS at the front, which would be these 2 rooms here, and then the bridge will kind of sit there between them. Make sure I get the outside bits properly measured as well, otherwise things won't line up properly. That's essentially the outer wall spacing there. Yeah, so we'll bring these bits in. It's going to need sorting out. Once I've got the footprint done, I'll re-extrude some of these things to make sure we've got everything lined up, although all these split edges don't help. I shall do that in a minute, I think. What we can do here, though, from there to there should be 30. Yep. That gives us, that's basically the wall panel extent. And then we need 10 centimeter cavity for the stairs. We then need 2 meters for the stairwell itself. And then another 10 centimeter cavity. Let's just align that a minute. And what was that one? 140. So let's push that out to there. There. That should make it 200. Yep. Right, so what we end up with is room enough for really any shape of corridor panel to fit there. We've got a 10 centimeter gap around the stairs, so there's a bit of fresh air. The stairs themselves are 2 meters wide, which is more than enough for NPCs to kind of jostle past one another. And there's more than enough room on this side just for general foot traffic. So that would be better. And we could also extend these steps as well, because right now I think they're quite pokey. Yeah, they're only 26 centimeters. So we'll extend the stairs out so they'll have much wider steps, because in a house typically you'd expect 20 up, 40 in, so they're kind of double the width that they are high, so they should really be that wide. So that will use up more of this space then as well. Okay, and then we need to do the same with this room. Just fill that hole up a minute so that we can do it again properly. Wall panel gap, 10 centimeter gap, 200 for the stairs, another 10 centimeter cavity, measure that for the midpoint, and then the stairs drop in nicely like that. Yeah, and I think on this particular one we'll have actually no, we don't need to go up and down, do we? We can just have them under one another. Yeah, because we want to get from one side to the other around the stairs, so we'll keep them on one side. Yeah, speaking of monitors, I now have 3 dead monitors. They're still kind of viewable, but I've got 3 gigabyte, I think they're 40-inch monitors off the top of my head, but all of them have just got black lines going down them, all 3 of them. And the monitor I'm actually looking at is an old like 28-inch Dell monitor. That's absolutely fine. So it's not the machine, it's not the HDMI leads because I've swapped them over. I've even changed them for DisplayPort cables, and it's not that either. So all 3 monitors that were all bought at the same time have all gone wrong, one after another. So yeah, pull your act together, Gigabyte, you're making crap monitors. And I think it's just the heat, to be honest, because when we went away to Brighton and came back, obviously all the doors were closed and the office was like a sauna. And yeah, these monitors just haven't handled the heat at all. They're just falling apart. So yeah, so the monitor to the right of me, I basically can't read it because it's just black lines all the way down. And the one on the left of me has got about, I don't know, 2 inches of black lines at the bottom, and the rest of it's readable. So yeah, that sucks. I tried reporting the problem to overclockers, which is where I got the monitors from, and they've sent me all these tests that they want me to perform on you know, is it a dead pixel? It's like, no, it's quite clearly not a dead pixel. It's very much a broken monitor. Never been a fan of stock responses to technical issues. Yeah, it's weird because where the black lines are, it's kind of it's hard to describe, but it's kind of ghosting the rest of the image. So like a bit of text at the bottom of the screen, or like the start bar where all the icons are, they're kind of duplicated up the screen vertically in like periodic places. So it's kind of like a bunch of black lines, but also ghosting as well. Don't know what's wrong with it. It's broken. That's all I know, it's broken. But yeah, it really sucks to have 3 brand new monitors and all of them break like in the same way. That it sounds like there was a bad batch. Well, in this case, the tech support were trying to, I think, avoid having to deal with the fact that they've sold me 3 monitors that are all dying. Like, are you sure it's not user error? Yes, I'm quite sure. Right, so how many steps do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. What's 15 times 40? $600. So we need to measure 600 along there. And if I'm right, that should make each step exactly 40 centimeters in width. Yes, perfect. That's more reasonable. And that should also cater for the fact that we're going up to the floor above. 50 centimeters, which takes us, yeah, at floor level. So that's good too. Oh, actually, I need to do it within the group, don't I? These are all components, so in order for it to stretch the same on all of them, I need to do it from inside the component. Otherwise, it will just do it to that one. Right, that's better. Now it should be all of the staircases updated the same. Just pop that there so I've got something I can use to maneuver it with. Right, so that's the middle there. same with this one. The middle is there. And the middle is there. Great, still got plenty of room around it, so that's good. I don't have to fight with trying to squeeze everything in. It's kind of ironic that the engineering control room is going to be the same size as the stairwell. Again, I guess we don't really need a lot of room in the control room. It's not going to be used for much other than just like a desk and maybe some monitoring equipment. Although a nice hologram readout table would be nice. I'll think on that. Ouch, that sounds painful, AJ. It was great, thank you, Antonio. It was really good. Really, really nice to hang out with other developers. I guess, when you're an indie dev and you work from home, you rarely get a chance to see or speak to other developers. So, it's really nice to actually get to see some faces and meet other developers in the industry, which ordinarily I don't get a chance to do. I've just realised that when I adjusted this for deck 1, I adjusted it for the other decks as well, because they're all part of the same group. So I need to make sure that one is unique. Yeah, because they're all copied. Sort of. Like I said, we had Bethesda and Larian Studios sat right next to us. I don't know who from those studios was there, but that was certainly their tables with their people. Not that I noticed, yes, I know. Ooh, good question, AJ. I guess it's going to have to be the subflight side of things, because right now we're using a plugin called 60OF. It's a very old plugin for Unreal Engine, and it treats the ship kind of like a plane in space, and it does a bunch of the movement side of things and handles the autopilot pointing at stuff. It does a lot of stuff as helper functions and applies thrust and things. When we do sublight properly, we won't be using that. Well, the RCS thrusters, here and at the front, here, there and there, they're actually going to be providing an impulse onto the ship themselves directly. So if one of them breaks and is no longer providing thrust, then all of a sudden the ship's going to be like on the wonk, because all of a sudden your RCS isn't working. I'm really looking forward to that. The challenge with that is going to be writing some of the helper functions, like killing rotation and that sort of thing, because we can't just artificially kill the rotation of the ship. We need to actually fire the thrusters in the right directions and speed to slow the ship down and cancel out rotation. So there's going to be a lot of sublighty math to do with that, which is going to be quite exciting, because it means that our ships are then properly simulated in terms of their flight, like fully Newtonian physics, which is a milestone, definitely. Yeah, there will be upper limits on just how fast the ship can rotate. Generally speaking, the bigger it is, the slower it will rotate. Sorry, I said exciting, I meant to say painful. Yeah. Right then. So the next dilemma is fitting in the lift. Because with room the way it is, we're only going to be able to fit in a single crew lift, kind of basically right in the middle, which seems a logical place to put it, to be honest. Especially if we have sick bay as one of these rooms. Although again, that's a really, really tiny room for sick bay. We might have to put that somewhere else. Let's hide some of these levels a minute. Yeah, so that's the bottom of the stairwell. Let's move that over a bit. Right, yeah, so this definitely needs to be engineering at the bottom, I think. Which means that the rooms above that don't necessarily need to be engineering spaces. Yeah. Yeah, you're right, actually, David, because that would be a nice use of this space underneath, because we've got a lot of room here for a big space, so that's not a terrible location for sickbay. It's certainly a lot more room than this poxy little room here, which means that this room could then be 3D printers, which works much nicer as a smaller room. So we got stairs down to sickbay there, the lift there. You're never really very far from it, no matter where you are. I suppose the only issue, someone pointed out, I think in the comments on the last video, that sickbay on a naval vessel would be alongside like the flight deck, so that if needed, the flight deck can be used for extra space for, like, you know, gurneys and things. And this is putting it at literally the opposite end of the ship, which kind of negates that particular point. But in the absence of anywhere else to make it fit, I don't think we really have much of a choice. I think it kind of has to go under there. When we start looking at the shape of the hull, we can't really have any rooms further forward than there. And that really is going to just be science labs, I think, underneath. Yeah, so I think, yeah, logically, it does make sense to put it at the back of the ship, but there isn't anywhere, basically. I mean, access to sickbay, if we put it there, then it's got 2 corridors leading to it. And obviously the lift in the middle there. I guess if you think about where people are going to damage themselves most, it's going to be around here. Actually, what we could do, we could move these 4 crew quarters over here instead, and use that space for sickbay. Hang on, let's try that a minute, because there's no reason to keep these together. So we could use that square for sickbay, move those 4 crew quarters into this space underneath the captain and the XO. Sure that they are properly spaced. Can't these go the other way, really? I'll flip them. So this would be a dead end, essentially. You just have those 4 crew quarters there and nothing else. And I suppose with 2 of those technically being spare anyway, that kind of works. Which gives us all of that space there for sickbay, which means it's next to the lift, which also works. And it's much closer to engineering, which is probably where most of the damage is going to occur. It does mess with the idea of having the lift in the middle, but then I suppose if we're we can always have doors either side of it coming in. have it there, maybe. Maybe. Yeah, I can probably squeeze that in. This chair, speaking of things breaking, this chair is on its way out as well. I need to stop buying cheap crap, obviously. Grab a copy of that a minute. So I've got the grid reference. Right, so that makes more sense now, layout-wise. We've got sickbay there. We've moved those crew quarters to the front. So we've still got 14 crew quarters in total. We can actually make that the engineering control room, which means there's no reason to go down that far, really, unless you're going into engineering. Then we do have a room underneath for the hydroponics, maybe, underneath there. Or we put that at the back above it all. Because again, if we turn on our hull shape, so right now, I think it could do with some kind of lump on top. And it's going to have like a bit of an underslung thing there anyway for a gas collection. It won't come down much, but you know, some kind of opening underneath for collecting gas. I think a dome on top might be nice, so we could actually have hydroponics on the top of the ship with a lot of windows, like a big greenhouse on top. Could look kind of cool. That's probably one of the greatest quotes in sci-fi history from Red Dwarf. But sir, that will mean changing the bulb. Brilliant. Yeah, the problem with having a hatch or anything like that is making the NPCs use it properly. I guess I kind of wussed out by putting stairs everywhere because NPCs can use stairs quite happily. And you know, we'll get to the point where you know we can make the NPCs use ladders. I mean, we just need animations and things for it. But then what about the chicken or the cat? You know, it's easier just to have stairs, and like from logistics as well. If you're an engineer and you need to go and repair something and you're carrying a toolkit and maybe some spare parts, like how are you supposed to use a ladder if you're just carrying all this junk that you need to carry around with you? So, you know, stairs are better from a practical perspective as well. Yeah, utility belts are good and all, but again, if you're carrying components, you can't really carry a component up a ladder. Certainly not on a, on a daily basis. You'd get annoyed with that quite quickly, I think. I think I may actually have to embrace asymmetry here and maybe put the lift next to the stairwell. I mean, we could do that, to be honest, at both ends. We could have... Because if we moved the stairs over a tad, we've got enough room for a landing on top, then put a lift next to it. As long as it, fits a stretcher, that's all it really needs. Well, if we put one lift on that side and the other lift on this side, it kind of balances out. I suppose the only other benefit of that as well is if we can fit a lift next to the stairwell, then this central area doesn't need to be quite as big, which means we have more room for rooms. Like this room can be 1 grid square bigger in the grand scheme of things. Food for thought. Although we don't really need one at the front because it is only 1 flight of stairs. It's only 2 decks there, so here's where you really need it. That's what I was going with. Initially, I wanted the lift in the middle and the stairs wrapping around it. I mean, let's measure that out a minute. Let's see what we've got space-wise. So we're central there. We are central there. And we have an interior diameter of over 3 meters, which might be perhaps a little bit on the large side. Someone mentioned before, actually, there is a documented size that medical lifts have to be. Minimum size for a hospital lift. For stretcher or bedbound patients, a lift should be at least 1.4 meters wide by 2.4 meters deep to accommodate stretchers, gurneys, and medical staff, according to Kalia Lifts Global. Right, so this doesn't need to be 3.3 meters then. I think 2.5 would be sufficient. So what's that? That's 1.25. Oops. Let's try that again. I did 1.25 centimeters. Let's grab a person. So if that's the internal size of the lift, I would say that's big enough. And then we'd have, I guess, the body of the lift car. So if we say about 20, just to give us enough room. And then that one a minute. Let's give it a 2-inch cavity where the lift moves, and then maybe another 20. So that would be the lift shaft and its supporting structure. Although, if we do a glass lift like in the Magellan's Lounge, then fair point, Robert, yeah. I think it probably will, but let's just check it to be sure. Yeah, I'd say it fits enough. Obviously, that's not how big a bed is. That's how big the lift needs to be. That seems really tiny, doesn't it? But yeah, if we have a lift the same as the one the VIP lounge, then we don't need as much in terms of the external support structure because it's kind of freestanding. So really that would form part of it. So hang on, let's call that the floor area. And then let's maybe do like a bit of metal. And then maybe like a bit more metal, a bit more. Right, and then we want a cavity around it to give it some breathing room. And then we want our stairs themselves, and then they want a cavity as well. So that's if we were doing a 2-meter spiral staircase, which does fit. But it doesn't need to go all the way around necessarily. Thanks, Robert. Let's add that, shall we? So 213 98 213 98. Yeah, that seems pretty much what you'd expect. I mean, it's a squeeze, definitely, but there's certainly more than enough room for, you know, someone standing either side. Right, so I'm going to save this a minute. Oh, it's so nice to press save and have it save instantly rather than taking 10 minutes like it does on the Magellan. Right, let's move our hospital dude out of the way a minute. Stick him in sick bay. To be honest, this is a good indicator for like how big sick bay would need to be. If anything, I'd say this was a bit too big, but at least it gives us room for an operating theatre, an office for the medical officer. I think that as a sick bay complex is more than big enough, I would have thought. Especially as it's like just one guy for the most part on this ship. Right, and now I need to do the thing that used to crash the old version of SketchUp. Hopefully it won't this one. There we go. Nary a crash in sight. Perfect. So in terms of step width, it's 32 there, which is slightly under what we want it to be, and 71 there, which is a lot bigger than we need it to be. But I'd say that it kind of averages out. What's the midpoint? The midpoint is 51, so I mean the ideal step height is, step width rather, it's kind of around there. Yeah. So 20, another 20. Probably a quicker way of doing this, but do for now. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, so it's there. It's easier to do that, isn't it? Oh, hang on, one too many. Oh no, actually not one too many. So what I need to do really is do that as a multiple of the 180 degrees. So I do segments as a multiple of 16 or 15. How many was it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, multiple of 15. Then that will be a perfect semicircle. Yes, yeah, absolutely. I'm just thinking about where the entrances to rooms need to be, because we've got obviously the room there. If we work out what rooms require what doors, so if sick bay is there, then we kind of want the lift opening to be facing that, and then we can put like a nice doorway in the middle to solve that little entranceway, which means this room needs doors, or at least a door to one side rather than in the middle. Yeah, so we'll double door this one, which it already is, so that's useful. Which means on the floor above, yeah, I think I know where you're going with it. So if we were to do, I don't know what measurement I did then, but it was not the right one. Yeah, and we do that, so we're going up in a constant spiral. Although, that said, we actually do need a bit of landing space, don't we? So yeah, so if we let's get rid of that a minute. Maybe we do that. No, probably better off to be there. And that gives us a decent landing space there. Which means the one underneath that one kind of needs to be there. There. No, there. Yeah. Which means that one can go. Oops, can come in by one. Because we want it to be there. And that gives us, so those become the landing. Let's just load up the deck above a minute. Yeah, so this works. So there are only crew quarters here, so there's no real reason to go behind it for anything. So it works having the stairs facing that way. And then if we go up again, and then we rotate 180 up past our landing point. Yeah, I'm going to have to squish these into an arc. Yeah, so that becomes the top of the stairwell, which means we need whatever room this is to have double doors. And then we could have a single door going into whatever rooms are here, which would probably be the mess and a lounge at the front. Which is nice because it means we can have a nice open entranceway there. Nice big doors, probably quite ornate. And the lift is facing them. And then yeah, that probably actually works at the bottom as well, doesn't it? Let's get rid of that a minute. Grab that. Send it down. Give it the old 180. Yeah, then we have double doors into whatever rooms at the front here, and then the single entrance to engineering. So, yeah, that works. So it means we've got everywhere we need like an ornate or significant set of double doors. The stairway is facing that as its primary direction. And then that just goes all the way through the middle. That works quite nicely, I reckon. And then, to be honest, if we had that go up another level, then we could stick the hydroponics on the top. Although, oh, actually no, we don't need stairs up there, do we? Of course, we've already got them there. Yeah, then we have a something at the top there somehow. Yeah, so in order for that to be balanced as it goes up, because we need to make sure we have the same landing size each side so that the stairs don't overlap one another. So we're going to need... You need to measure that from there to there. So if we... Yeah. Let's get rid of that a minute. So we decide how big the landing needs to be. So let's say 200 there, although probably more, 150, so 75, 150, 75. Then our angle needs to be lining up with that. So actually, let's do this. Let's do this with an actual angle. May as well do it properly. It's near enough 30 degrees, so let's just say 30 degrees. No, that's way too big. That would lead to a very narrow staircase. So if we say 25 degrees instead, it's probably a bit more like it. So what's the total length there? So one, 6, 5, 6, 5, 6, 5, and 1, 6, 5. That's our landings. And then let's move this up a bit so we're not colliding with the geometry underneath. And if we were going with 15 steps top to bottom, and it depends whether we're using the top step as the upper landing or not. But let's go with 15, so then we need, we say 3 segments per step to give it a nice smooth curve. Maybe even 4, to be honest. Yeah, let's go with 4. So that's an arc that's going to be 60 segments in size, which would go from there to there. And the same this way. And then we want 200 and 200 for the actual step width. And then again, we want our 200 there. So our 60 there. And our 60 there. And then if we count the segments here, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4. That gives us 1 step. So it's got four segments, so it's a smoother shape, and I can then start extruding and playing with this to make an actual step. And then we just need to copy that from there. 1, 2, 3, 4 to there, times 14. So there's our 15 steps, which are all nice and smooth, and they align with the landing. Okay, let's take this back down to ground level. Get rid of that and that. Don't need the guides anymore. Right, so that one went up to 300, which means that one would be 280, 260, 240, 220, 200, 180, 160, 40, 20, 100, 80, 60, 40, and 20. So the steps are 55 at the widest point, half that at the narrowest point, which means the midpoint is the 40 we were looking for exactly. So that works much nicer. And then we have the lift running up the middle and plenty of room for landing space on either side. Which means I guess we don't particularly need that, do we? Yeah, so if we make this a component, get rid of those other ones. Perfect. So hopefully headroom won't be too much of a problem with this, because we'll have to walk under the stairs as we go up. So as much as we do kind of intrude a little bit on the foot flow there, it's not a severe amount. Although once we put a railing around it, we might have a minor problem with having to squeeze round. Although that said, the hull is going to come down on a curve, so we might be able to stretch that out a little bit. Oh, thank you, Simon. Very much appreciated. Oh, and you're off as well, so oh wow. Hope you get a decent night's sleep before work. I shall be sure to buy Claire some chocolate for you. Thank you. Yes. Or just a new chair, to be honest. This one's not great. We actually bought 2 of them, so that we had 2 matching ones for each desk. But yeah, they're not great. I don't think your average office chair is designed to have people who are like 112 kilograms sat in them for extended periods, especially not leaning back and stretching. Give this a different color, shall we? So this one's going to be the mess and lounge. So we'll, through necessity more than anything else, we'll have to combine these 2 rooms together. I mean, there's more than enough space there. But I think we'll have maybe a circular front to it, and nice big windows. We'll have like a lounge seating area at the front, and then a more kind of sitting and eating dining area maybe at the back, and then have some food stores and bits and pieces at the sides. And we can potentially even use this room at the back for food stores, which kind of works. And to be honest, we can put some organic 3D printers back here. Yeah, I think we probably will actually. So if we have some organic 3D printers and cold storage in this room at the back, then we can just have food prep and serving at the front with like a nice lounge area further forward. Could do, make it open plan. But I think it's good to keep the pressure vessels intact. Especially if we're putting a giant window above the stairs, which I am inclined to do. Okay, so that room essentially becomes part of the crew mess and lounge. We've got our engineering space at the back here. Miscellaneous engineering room at the back for unknown use right now. If we keep yellow as the kind of general footpathing area, yeah, I'll see how we handle potentially something at the top there. Because if our... Oh, that's going to be a problem, isn't it? So a thought has just occurred, to be honest, in that in order to get up these stairs, of course, we need to cut a hole in the floor, don't we? Because otherwise you're going to be banging your head. So in that case, and I guess at the very least, I'm going to need 365 there. There. Something didn't line up then. Weird. This is one of those instances where SketchUp just does something weird. Right, so that's definitely a face. 165 there, 165 there, which would have created a couple of points for us, and then we can cut that round there. Although, keep it like this, I think. That is properly weird. So despite intersecting those together in a way that it couldn't possibly have any gaps, it's still absolutely refusing to separate those two faces. So I have no choice but to rebuild those faces. So yay. Yeah, so I think we're going to have to rotate this sideways on, because otherwise we don't have enough room to get through the doors. Because of that, I'm also going to have a railing around it. Yeah, so I don't think there's any choice here. We're going to have to rotate all of that. So that. Yeah. You know, this room could really do with just being wider. what are the consequences of doing so? I mean, we'd have an extra meter here, so that would be pretty much double the width that's already there, which is enough to get into that doorway comfortably. Except it wouldn't be, would it? It'd only be 50, so... Why don't we just measure this a sec? So we are 59 meters there and 46 and a bit there. So we are closer to the back. So if we were to move that forward by 1 meter, then we could make this actually the midpoint of the ship. Like, if we were to turn on all the layers, get them all on, grab the whole ship, and then we can use it has an elevator in the middle. That's what that will be. I'm just thinking we can use that as our center of mass. Obviously, this bit's honking great engines is going to be heavy, but in terms of the sort of geometric center of the ship, it means that the spiral staircase and the lift become the exact center of the vessel. Which means all we need to do it's that age-old debate, isn't it? Whether it's a lift or an elevator. We call them lifts in England. I don't think we use elevator particularly for anything. I have to move it again in a sec because I'm about to move this back a meter, so right, so that gives us space there, which means that moves to there, which means hang on. Yeah, so the lift exit is going to be facing this way. Which isn't necessarily the end of the world. So if we also did Yeah, we could do something like that, where we basically have just a hole going all the way down, which means the staircase becomes basically a floating structure, and then we have a handrail all the way around it, which could be nice, which means we don't need that. Just realised I'm one stair off there, aren't I? Yeah, it's that one. That's more like it. Yeah, I don't think there's any fundamental difference between an elevator and a lift, although I can see the point about a lift being an exposed platform. Balls. I thought that was going to fit. Save that there for a minute. Okay, I think everything's still where it should be. Just need to move all of that. Right. So after all that fudging, we are now back in the position where, yeah, we've got enough room to have a railing around there. We've still got access room to there. It's still a bit of a squeeze, but it's not necessarily the end of the world. And given this layout, we can now have either a single or a double door now. It doesn't matter now. So that's fine. In fact, let's maybe, oh, actually it's got no bottom to it. Let's fix that as well. I was going to step that up, but I'll leave it like that for now. Actually, no, we won't, because I want to get a feel for how that looks as a staircase. So I think what we'll do, if we, just to make life easier, if we do it like this. So we'll copy that down 20. Actually, no, not that much. Actually, if we do that, just thinking. I'm missing one of my buttons. Do I not have power bar installed? Hang on, I think I've ballsed up with this somewhere. Yeah, I should have started there. So, yeah, so that, right, yeah. See where I went wrong. we go, much nicer. The reason I wanted to do that specifically at this point is to get an idea for what the experience is going to look like. You know, having the stairway like in your face. That'll do, I reckon. So, where are we at? Right, so we've got our mess hall and lounge, we've got our food stores, we've got our spiral staircase with a lift up the middle. So that's all good. Actually, let's make the lift, shall we? I think we went for, yeah, 2.5 meters. Which was 125. Yeah, we're going to go with a centered bridge. So the bridge is between two decks, like that. There's some steps down. On that note, actually, need to make sure that we definitely have enough room underneath with the stairs going down. So with all that having been done, need to make sure we just recenter the ship a minute. So we're definitely on the center line. Right, so the big spiral staircase now represents the exact geometric center of the ship. About which everything should rotate. So what are we up to now? So 48 meters there. 60. 58. Okay, so right, not quite the geometric center then. It's still a little bit far back, but close enough. It's a decent enough point to use as the middle anyway. So our current length, based on that scale, is 108 meters, but I have a feeling that's going to probably come back to more like 106 again. Yeah, so we're going to have either hydroponics underneath there or the science labs underneath there. Let's just see what space we have a minute. Right, so deck 1 is all of that stuff. So deck 2. There's nothing particularly happening in this room, so this in particular, make sure it's unique here. This could easily be a science lab. Okay. So science lab there. And to be honest, I could do a science lab here as well. Again, make sure that's not duplicated. Probably offset the door to that. Have lab one end, storage at the other. And then, yeah, and then we'll do med bay here. Yes, Scorpio Gaming. You can name any ship anything you want and brand it in any which way you want. So we're not going to be enforcing the game's law. If you want to make up your own law, you're perfectly welcome to, and we won't be offended. Just notice the presence of doors on here, you know. I'm thinking that would be nicer if there were windows. So we'll go with the entrance over here. But if we put windows down the sides, then those windows will actually be looking out across the corridor to the external windows, which would be kind of nice. Okay, we're yeah, I guess it's not that kind of scout ship. It's so the hull will be white. But again, hull panel colouring will be one of the customization options at some point, so if you don't like white, you're welcome to change it. Yeah, it's about a third of the size of the Magellan lengthwise, but obviously a lot smaller sideways on. And as we tested, it will fly through the Magellan's ring. So like if you imagine the Magellan's bridge being here and the ring going round it, it does fit through the ring. So it fits between the bridge and the ring bottom, if that makes sense. Greetings. Yeah, there's like not much in it at all. We're talking a couple of meters of clearance on either side. Right, so we've got 2 science labs, albeit them small. Bunch of crew quarters, a sick bay which is probably way too big. Yes. Although we can maybe widen some of this. Because when we start doing the curve of the hull shape down there, I think these areas will probably become wider than they need to be. So we can extend the science lab sideways a bit and maybe add a bit of a kink to the corridor around that bit. We shall see. Right, so down here then, this becomes the one and only entrance to engineering, and that will become the engineering control room at the bottom. I think what we'll do is we'll probably have like where the cargo bay is there, we'll have like an emergency exit location at the back. So if for any reason the main entrance to engineering is blocked or damaged in some way, that there is an escape path out. And to be honest, maybe one at the top as well. Yeah, we'll have a couple of escape routes out of engineering, but predominantly it'll be a very self-enclosed area. Right, so that means the only room we have left to worry about is the hydroponics, and I think going by the size of the other one, we can probably extend that out. Oops. No. Yeah, I reckon we can probably get away with making it about that big. And that's based on the size of the mess. Let's go ahead and copy that one down, just for laziness' sake. so basically... Oh no, we haven't got any... Right, we're still missing a couple of rooms actually, so hang on, let's go through what we've got. Right, lounge check, mess hall check, food and such storage check. That's all good there. So deck one's pretty much done. So we've got battery room, stairwell, and miscellaneous engineering space. I suppose that could be 3D printers for engineering at the back there. I'm not particularly happy with the size of the lab. Right, so we've got on decks 2 and 3, we've got these small rooms. Now they strike me as probably being better used as crew spaces for things like the crew 3D printers and crew facilities like the laundrette. Okay, so we do that, and then the same on this one. Which means we keep the crew facilities on the crew deck. So we've got living space, crew facilities, and the hospital. And then on the deck above, we've got living space and crew facilities. So what we're now lacking is we are lacking any science labs whatsoever. And weapons, of course. So... it's amazing how much room you need for stuff, isn't it? Well, before we decide where to put them, well, we kind of need like if we had a single lab the size of this, that would be fine. I mean, we could make that a lab underneath, and put the hydroponics on top. That would solve the problem. It would just mean fitting that in a way that looked decent. I mean, if the food stores and things are there, then having hydroponics on top does actually kind of make sense. Or what if we make this the battery room at the back? Because if we take that and stick it there, we can easily extend that back wall a bit. Hang on, a plan is forming. If we make that the battery room, then this room could actually be the hydroponics. Because we can have a nice big window on top. Because if it's so obviously that's the upper hull there. So we could have a really nice big ceiling window with all the plants and things growing there. And side windows too, because they'll be sloped. That might be the way forward. That gives us a use for this room at the back, and means we can then use that for a science lab underneath. Okay, so So that ticks all the boxes then room-wise. So, right, so weapons and some kind of shuttle bay are the two other things that mentioned. Now we have to see whether we can squeeze them in somewhere. Have a good one, because me. I'm not drinking tea tonight, I'm drinking ice water because it's stupidly hot. I am going to keep going with it, AJ, until it's done. Obviously, I'm not working on this outside of streams, other than a little bit today because the neighbours were being too noisy and I couldn't record anything. But yeah, so outside of streams, I'll be working on the Magellan and everything else. Yeah, so this is a stream-only project. The most logical space for an airlock would have to be on the side here somewhere. We kind of got a whole bunch of wasted space each side, so some side airlocks would work for that. And then yeah, some probably forward of that we could have some hard points for some guns. Given how small and modular this ship's going to be, I imagine this one will be finished first. Although, when it comes to like the actual hardware simulation, they'll be done together. So, any like sublight stuff we develop will go on both ships at the same time. But in terms of the full interior layout, yeah, this will get done probably quite a bit before the Magellan. And mostly that's because it's all straight edges and copy paste. Well, mostly straight edges. Obviously it's going to be curved along that edge, but the internal rooms are mostly square, so that will help. Right. Okay. And now for the fitting of things, I think. So that can go back there. Yeah, we're going to have quite a bit of room either side of the ship for weapons and all sorts of other stuff. So that shouldn't be too much of a problem. I think, depending on where we put the ring, and I think I am inclined to potentially move it a bit further back. Maybe one unit. Yeah, then we need to just start smoothing off the profile at the front here. These crew quarters are going to be a bit of a challenge actually, because it was easy with the XO and Captain, because we can just have angled windows. But for these crew quarters, we are dealing with what is essentially just room. Curses. Okay, we'll see. Alright, why don't we start exporting? Yeah, I immediately went there with windowed floors, but there's one specific problem with that, and that's where all this stuff is. So we can't really chop diagonally through the floor, because we are then chopping through the rooms. I shall have a think on that. Because we could actually fit 2 crew quarters in this space here easily enough, and probably 2 in the other one as well, which means all of this forward section here is then free again, which means, because we're only using it for crew facilities, which means we can put the crew facilities at the front and then not have to worry about diagonallying through there. See, there's fine because we can just window that. Okay, so if we pop them there. Yeah, so the side corridors here will definitely have windowed floors on them, absolutely. And then if we use this space as our facility space for the crew, it means we don't have to worry about the beds and stuff. So then we can just rotate these guys around. They get to sleep next to the engine humming away. Let's make sure we line up the Ujima flip. We might have room for one, yeah. Right, so that makes a bit more sense then. So we have crew quarters kind of dotted around deck 3 with the crew facilities at the front. Sorry, we've got labs down the bottom now. There, so put that on the right level a minute. Yeah, so we're okay for lab space underneath. That's about the only place they can go, really. Although that'll be nice, because it means that the science lab can have windows facing down at the planet, which is kind of cool. Right, so we want to get rid of that. Grab those. Copy them up. Put them on that level. Why I copied that rather than moving it. And of course, these are smaller doors because they're for the crew quarters. I'd better use the ones that I already set up for this one. Right, so deck 2 becomes a lot more habitation focused. So we've got the bulk of the crew quarters and nothing else really other than the bridge. And then deck 3 is more med bay. Actually, I wonder whether it's worth swapping med bay and these 4 quarters around. So med bay's on deck 2, the same level as the bridge. More central in the ship a little bit. And then just have all the crew quarters and crew facilities down on deck 3. Yeah, I will do that. That makes a lot more sense. So that needs to go up. Now let's have a look how it looks, and then we can have our decision from there. Mr. Door. Right, so what we end up with then, so deck 2 is the bridge, senior officers, sick bay, and a few crew quarters. Like those 2 could be the spare ones maybe. And then deck 3 is all the rest of the crew quarters and the crew facilities at the front here. So we'll have rather than a corridor down the middle, in fact, we don't even need that anymore. We will have something like something like that. And then we can have 2 rooms at the front, one for 3D printers and such, the other one for like the laundrette and everything. So that means that deck 3 is entirely crew focused, including the shuttle bay, and then deck 2 is slightly more nuanced in the fact that it's got the bridge and sick bay. I think the only argument you could make for keeping sick bay down on deck 3 is that you can get from the shuttle bay to it without requiring a lift. Which does have its merits, to be fair. Yeah, you know, in hindsight, being able to get from the shuttle bay straight through to sick bay without needing any stairs or any lifts or anything would seem to be the more practical option. And it is only then one floor up from engineering. Let's just pop that back a minute. Yeah, as much as I kind of prefer the organisation of having sickbay on deck 2, logistically it does make more sense to keep it on deck 3 for the simple reason that it's the closest spot it can go to the shuttle bay. Yeah, alright, we'll leave it as is. But we still do need those crew facilities at the front. Yeah, we've got, we do have a lift in the shuttle bay, which we kind of need to explore in more detail, to be honest. But that can go all the way from the cargo hold, all the way up to the top, to be honest. It can go all 3 floors as a cargo lift. I'll think on that. Let's copy these over a minute. So 200 times 4, yeah. $200 times 4. Try and preserve the shape a little bit. Yeah, so then that makes sense. Now we can have the crew facilities down here, which keeps them where they need to be. those rooms should be more than big enough for a laundrette and some 3D printers. To be honest, Scorpio, I think it doesn't matter where it is, because the midpoint of the ship is either going to be the sickbay floor or the sickbay ceiling. Because if we fire up the other two decks a minute, so whether sickbay's here or here, there or there rather, doesn't really make any difference, because with the shape of the hull, yeah, it doesn't really make much odds. Bathrooms. You know what? That's a good point. We don't have a bathroom. I think we'll have to include the bathrooms in the spaces where they are. So, like, sickbay will have its own bathroom. Engineering will have its own bathroom somewhere. Yeah, we'll have to do it like that. Yeah, there's probably room enough for a small head in there as well, if need be. Yeah, pee in a bucket, that works. Yeah, something we're going to have to squeeze into engineering as well is life support. So we've got a battery room, we've got a reactor room, we've got the cryo storage, we've got fuel tanks and things down the sides. We don't actually have a water recycling room. So we're going to have to squeeze that in somewhere as well. So much stuff just to keep 14 people alive. To be honest, water recycling could probably go through hydroponics. Yeah, exactly that. You can use the poo water for filtering through the plants. So we need the same basic arrangement here as we had on the other stairwell. I think we can perhaps be a little bit more generous with the gap around the stairs. And the stairs can be much bigger as well. Okay, yeah, so if we're putting the doors there, then the stairs can't really start much further back than that. Okay, and I guess they have to end. I built a staircase once for a test I was doing, and it kind of hugged the contours of the corridor, and it looked really, really nice. It'd be nice to kind of use that here. So we got that space there. Which means ideally we need a bit of a landing area before we take the stairs in. So the floor level is there. The edge of the wall is there. And the panels come out to there. That should be equal to that. Yeah. That one. Yeah. Okay. So then we want vertical height of 150. Five, four, five. 545 divided by 40. Okay, so that would mean 13 steps, which is roughly double the amount I would need, so that's good. Okay, so if we go 40, 20, and then do that times that. That's one more than we need. Although that's not right somewhere. let's try that again. 20 there. More like that then. There to there, all the way up there, which means we don't need to go any further back than that. Okay. Get out the wall. Right, so that can go there. The big question is, do we have enough landing area? Probably not. So if we take it a half panel back to the middle, yeah, that gives us more of a floor area at the bottom. Means that we have more breathing room there as well. Let's group this up a minute and then we can turn it into some steps. Extrude by vector, we want it to go that way. And then same that way. Okay, so I'd basically take that up to whatever wall design we had there, and we'd probably have custom panels on this particular corridor to account for the fact the stairs are there, and then we'll blend those stairs into the walls, just to make that all nice. But that having been said, we do need to cut through underneath because we've got these kind of crew facility rooms. Going to have some bits cut out of them, So if we come down about there, just give it a bit of something. That kind of goes down there like that. May as well carry it on. Yeah, so those rooms are going to have bits cut out of them, but that's not the end of the world. It's not really taking up much space. There we go. One wedge. I like stuff like this because when you're inside the room and you see like a wedge cut out in the corner somewhere, and it kind of really sells the fact that it's a continuous vessel. Like there's a reason that wedge is there. It's because it's in the way of something. And I like that continuity. Okay. Facilities rooms done. And we should have our bridge entrance going down there nice and smoothly. Although I suppose we need to do a similar thing with this. So if we take... Where did we line that up to? Same place, I suppose. Just copy these out the way a minute. I think that was Supreme Toilet Cleaner, wasn't it? Right. Bridge entry corridor solved. We're entering the num-bum stage. And Cricky backstage. 3 3/4 hours. We're about 15 minutes away from our 4-hour mark. Which means my cat will be arriving in about 15 minutes, because she always seems to manage to do that. So I think we'll class the bridge as being on deck 2, even though there's a bit of a step down into it. We'll keep it on deck 2 in terms of its power usage, its map location, and all those bits and pieces. Yeah, there's a giant spider crawling across my wall. How delightful. It's true, it's true. I used to absolutely hate spiders. I mean, I'm not like a massive fan of them now, but I guess I've kind of, through saturation, gotten used to them. Bridge can be garish, hot pink. Yeah, that's like way too much. I might move the RCS to the sticky out bit of hull that goes here, in order to give us enough room to make the bridge wider. I think wider and less long would benefit us. It's yeah, it's probably way too big. It's basically just going to be a cockpit, so that's way too big for that. Right, so not long to go. Let's hop in engine a minute. Oh, I've updated the a copy of the project to 5.6, by the way. It took all of half an hour and it runs fine. So the next dev build I do, be that a hotfix or the first VR iteration, it's going to be on 5.6 because through my testing I found nothing wrong with it. Yeah, the windows will definitely be sloped. Hey Archer, yes, I had a haircut just before we went away to develop in Brighton. Sadly, no, I didn't lose weight. I did lose hair. Although I'm trying to, I got a desk that goes up and down so you can stand up, and I try to use it as often as I can, but sometimes I'm just too lazy. Yeah, so that's what we did a week ago as our test, which was no good because it had no doors really and no floors or anything. So we will replace this with a better one. Yeah, so really, most of the stuff we did there is probably not useful. So let's have a look at naming conventions on here. You know what? I'm tempted to just export the entire thing without that bit. Screw it, I'm gonna do it. I'll split it up into its proper individual pieces once we're happy with the layout. Plus it's quicker doing it this way. So we just need to delete all the various bits and pieces. Okay. Windows opening all over the place. Right, so if we re-import this, it's going to have like a bazillion different material slots. As I suspected. But should be able to drag it in at the very least. Okay, looks like we're starting there. And then, yeah, collisions, that would help, wouldn't it? Just need to check how Nanite's handling this because it uses the Nanite fallback mesh. Do we even have Nanite on this mesh? Yes, we do. Yeah, so it's places like this where, as you can see, the collision's falling to bits because it's a massive, massive mesh. But we can fix that by changing this. So we want relative error of 0.1. That should improve it considerably. Yeah, there we go. So it's still reducing the poly count for the collision mesh, but not quite as harshly. So it means we get stairs that work. Yeah, the hull's looking a bit patchy. Yeah. something needs moving there. It doesn't quite line up. It needs a new loading screen. So this is the first time really that we get a feel for like the scale of everything. So this is one of the crew quarters, as evidenced by the dead body on the floor. So we've got ourselves a toilet, got a bath, got a sink, got a desk for some scribblings, and the bed area. I think as crew cabins go, I think this is a decent size. I'd be happy with that. I don't think this staircase could practically be any smaller than this. I mean, when you look at the size of the character versus the stairs, I think anything narrower than that would start to become awkward. So this is... which room is this? Where are we? Alright, yeah, so this is the storeroom and organic 3D print room for the mess. And then through this doorway is the mess hall and the lounge. Somebody forgot to cut through it. No matter, we can cheat. So it feels a bit on the small side. We'll have to see once we've got tables and things in here, but that does feel a bit pokey. Although it will have sloped windows beyond the edge here, so perhaps it'll open up a bit once we've done that. So this is the corridor down to the upper section of the shuttle bay, which is here. Super detailed shuttle models. Yeah, so it's quite a pokey shuttle bay, but again, it won't be a perfect square like this. Once it's done, it'll actually have sloped edges, so it will be a bit wider than this. And then we have the cargo hold down here. Again, sloped edges, so that will be a bit wider. Long on corridor there. Back to the main stairwell. Oh, yeah, so... oh, no! Oh, where is it going to put me? That's the question. There, okay. Useful. So this would be sick bay. So you've got a bunch of beds there. Obviously we don't need this many. So we'd have room in here for an operating theatre, a little medical office, and I'd say at least 5 beds, although not that many are needed. So I'd say this is probably about the right size. And we've got the 2 ancillary quarters at the back there. And we've got the rooms that I forgot to export. Yeah, so these would be the crew facility rooms here. And then we've got stairs up. Which I can't do because there's a floor in the way. Can I break through it? No. Okay. Oh, no, did I do it? Did I do it? No. use the stairs instead. So again, crew quarters. Then we have, that would be the stairs there. Yeah, making this corridor here wider for the stairs was definitely the right way forward. It was way too small otherwise. And then we have captain's quarters here, which is a bit bigger. And we drop down the stairs into what would be the bridge, which definitely needs to be wider. I think lengthwise we're okay, but yeah, it definitely needs to be wider. Essentially, there are 4 decks. Yeah, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, but yeah, right. So this is deck 3, which means we're down to deck 4. So this would be the engineering control room here. Yeah, and then this would be the science labs in here. So all of this would be the science lab space. This is the door to main engineering. This will be engineering office. Then we come into the cryo room. So we'll have to make some space there to make sure we've got room around. And then we've got our stairwell going up. We might have to cheat our way through there. I don't think I cut any floor holes. No, I didn't. Okay, let's go up the stairs. Right, so this will be the floor of the reactor room. For some reason there isn't a floor right now. Yeah, so horizontal reactor. And then got the nacelle pylon bits that go through there. Stairwell up and down. So, yeah. So all in all, I think we're good space-wise. I don't think it's too big. I mean, it's a weirdly big ship for what is only 14 people, but I mean, all the space is accounted for. So the next job with this is going to be splitting it up into its individual pieces, giving it proper floors and ceilings so that we're not just open to space, and yeah, generally just tidying it all up. But I think that spiral staircase is the right size. It is a little bit awkward around the edges. I think that's unavoidable though. I mean, in terms of space, we're about as stretched as we can get. And the only way of really improving this would be to make the stairs less wide, which I don't really want to do. Yeah, you're right. It is. You know, it's a small ship. It's yeah, it's not going to be spacious. I like it though. I think it's good. It's weird how, like, we measured this lift, like, completely. We completely measured it, and it looks tiny. Like, how are you going to get a gurney into that? And yet we know you can because we measured it. That's really weird. How perspective plays tricks on the mind. It's a bit of a weird space actually. There's this stairwell area at the widest part of the ship is going to be even wider because the ship extends out a good 2 or 3 meters beyond this wall. So this is kind of a bit of a common area, to be honest. Might be worth having like some tables and chairs over by the windows here. In fact, that would be quite good. Let's look at that one here a minute. So you know, if we're not using this space for something like a docking port, then I think I would put windows here and have like a table and chairs either side, because otherwise there's a lot of wasted space there. Yeah, just like a somewhere to sit and have a coffee. Okay, well, someone was asking how does it compare to the Magellan, so we may as well demonstrate while we're here, and then I shall call it a night. No, I don't want that one. I want that one. Yep. Yeah, the problem with the central hallway idea is that you kind of there's stuff in the way. You've got like the reactor and all the engineering hardware, and you can't split that down the middle very easily. Right, so if we take the Magellan, then we grab our Caravella. That's how big it is in comparison. So it's considerably smaller. One might say weeny. Tiny, tiny little ship. Which is weird because even a ship that is comparatively this small still feels huge, and it kind of puts into perspective just how big the Magellan is. Now these are placeholders, these aren't the final design. So what I need to do with the Magellan is where we've got the outer section of C deck as it comes around here, I need to properly blend that into some nacelle support pylons, and they need to have staircases through on the inside because you need to be able to get up there, which is why there's a person in them. As you can see, the width of the person is like not quite enough, which is why his head's sticking out the bottom. Because you need to be able to get up into the engine pods to perform maintenance, which is why we've got some walkways and things in here. So eventually that will be a way up, but obviously we need to then model all of that. But yeah, the engine pods need a much nicer attachment point underneath with all the visible bolts and brackets and all the other stuff to make it look like it's actually physically being attached. And yeah, and all this low poly stuff needs to be replaced with proper modeling. So this is basically grey box at this point. They'll be similar when they're finished. I mean, I like the the overall idea of them. I like the fact that we've got kind of this split level effect here. I like the fact that we've got the dark bit down the middle. This is all going to be heat sinks down the side, so there'll be a lot of kind of greebly detail down the edges. And then we'll have, you know, honking great big engine nozzles, front and back. No, Erix, I haven't actually. I can probably work it out with SketchUp because it has built-in functions for that sort of thing. So we shall see. But yeah, so there we go. That's what it looks like side by side. And if you're on the bridge of the Magellan and you're looking out the window, that's what you're looking at. And as mentioned earlier, it will just about fit through the ring, if you're careful. I'm looking forward to someone trying that one day. Anyway, there we go. It's now midnight here in the UK, so I shall call it a night. Thank you once again, everyone, for joining in the stream, and we shall continue with this on Wednesday, because right now I'm just working on the video and VR, so there's nothing really to show on stream, so we'll carry on with this on Wednesday and see how far we can get with it. Right, have a great week ahead, everyone, and I shall see you on the next stream. Bye for now.